Recording. Tell me when. Good morning, councillors and executive staff and those in the digital gallery. Welcome to the ordinary meeting of 23rd of November 2020. It's my privilege to declare the meeting open. In doing so, I would firstly acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands upon which we meet and also the lands that form the footprint of our great region. In doing so, I pay respect to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend congratulations to them on their continued nurture of culture. I would also just note in opening that even though there have been some more recent relaxations around COVID restrictions, given the limitations of the venue that we're meeting in with the application of the 1.5 metre rule, there is no capacity to yet have a physical gallery back open. However, delighted that we have the digital gallery and hope that we don't have technical interruptions today. We are aware that some occurred last meeting. Where they do occur, we will suspend the meeting or adjourn the meeting until such time as we can recover if possible, so that we don't lose that visibility. Note a full attendance of councillors and of the executive for today's meeting, therefore there are no apologies. We turn our attention to prayers, and there is no chaplain available this morning, so with your forbearance, councillors, I just share a verse from Proverbs 3. Trust in the Lord with all your heart. Do not lean on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will make straight your paths. We just pause in prayer for a moment. And Father, as we come together today to transact the business before us today on behalf of these communities, may indeed we turn to you for understanding and seek wisdom beyond the limitations of our perspectives. We ask that you'll continue to bless our region. We continue to pray for the skies to open with rains that will refresh and renew. We're also mindful today of the challenging event that occurred not far away yesterday that has left a family distraught and led to the loss of life. We just pray for your comfort to them today. And Lord, for those who turned out and gave of themselves to support at that time, that you will also nurture them at this time. We ask for your guidance upon us in Jesus' name. Amen. Councillors, turn to item 5. Are there any declarations of interest with matters before the meeting today? I'll take silence as no, and again the reminder about maintenance of registers of interest at item 6. There are no announcements, item 7, and there are no deputations arranged for today's meeting. We therefore turn our attention to item 9 of the agenda, the confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting. Councillors, you've had these available to you. There is a recommendation that the minutes of the ordinary meeting from the 9th of November 2020 be adopted. Moved Councillor Swamborough, seconded Councillor Chalk. Wishing to speak at all, Councillor? Anyone else seeking leave to speak? Not, we put the motion to adopt the minutes. Those in favour? That is carried. Councillors, we move to item 10. There is no business before the meeting today arising from those minutes. We now move to item 11 and the business before us today. Firstly, to the GM Customer and Regional Prosperity to lead us with item 11.1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. I do have officers that will be joining us in the room today. This is an events update for the regional events that we have that occur across the region. This report today is to give an overview of those regional events that are targeting visitation to the region and thereby the desire of those to create economic growth. They're held within Scenic Rim from December 29 by way of closeout of those that have occurred, and including events that receive support under the Regional Events Grants Program, which Council is aware that we have recently revamped. The report also provides an overview of the delivery of the new online platform to promote both regional and community events to the potential attendees, and highlights the What's On Scenic Rim an events and activations portal that officers are currently developing, which will eventually replace the printing of the hard copy version of the Join booklet. So in the room today, I have the Principal Specialist for Regional Events, Scott McDuff, and Brenda Walker, who's the Manager of Regional Prosperity and Communications. So councillors, I'll take that the report is read and ask that if Scott has any highlights that he wishes to draw to your attention prior to asking for any questions. Sorry, just
here.
No highlights in particular, Deborah.
Thank you. The report also covers off grants that have been provided, as I mentioned earlier, and Council will remember under the economic stimulus package that was adopted, there was a commitment from Council to continue honouring those funds that have been committed to those organisations for those events that will eventually be re-established and able to be delivered once COVID restrictions allow for that. So Mayor, I'm happy to present the report to Council for consideration.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions for clarification to the content of the report? I make the observation, it's a reflection back to the very early start of the year where some of the events were really couched as recovery events somewhat and return to a normal transmission, if you like, following a devastating season of fires, and then to see the follow on from that with a range of events that have been deferred and still needing to come to fruition is just a highlight of the significant challenge that our region's faced over both last year and this, and still continues to show its strength and resilience. There are no questions. Sorry, Councillor McGuinness.
Mayor, probably just a comment, and I know they didn't get any funding they did through the community grant. I think the Calbar Country Day probably brought about 5,000 people to the area, and it's I think it's compared to some of these others, there's a big number of people. There was a lot of money spent there, and it was good for very much good for the local economy. So I'd like to think that they should be noted somewhere there sometime, Scott. But yeah, it is whether it'll always be as big as what it was this year is possibly questionable, but it was a very big event there when they had it early last month.
Yes, Councillor. It was very successful. They didn't apply for regional events program funding, but certainly very happy to talk with them, and if they're pushing that destination-driven activity, that would be great for them to look at a regional events program grant in future.
And there is it's a well-made point, Councillor, there is a transition point where events, work from a community event and slide into that regional event space. So the two teams, community development and the regional events team, more than happy to continue working with them. And as Scott said, they can apply for those regional events should they meet that criteria.
Councillor Swanborough, did you wish to?
I'll just turn the mic on. Yes, Mr Mayor, I just wanted to let Council know that I attended a Northern Rivers joint organisation meeting on Friday, and I was asked to speak to the report prepared for what had been going on at Scenic Rim over the last period of time. And of course, Eat Local Week was on that report, and there was great interest from Northern New South Wales councils in relation to this particular festival. And in particular, the chair of that organisation, the mayor of Kyogle Council, Daniel Mulholland, approached me after the meeting and indicated that she would really like to approach council and talk to us about that event and look to see if there are any synergies that could be reached in joining with us, and or if not so, of just taking some learnings from that process that they could share with their organisations in northern New South Wales. So I just pass it on to the committee.
Sorry, to the ordinary meeting. Thank you. Any other comments, councillors? If not, we'll just... Sorry, Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just wanted to mention the Great Gondwana Festival, and originally that was, as stated, was going to be the grand opening for Binnaburra following the fire, but due to unforeseen circumstances with the road and other matters, that couldn't happen. But it is very positive now that we're able to extend that festival into our other national parks and all around the Scenic Rim, which has turned out to be a very positive outcome for everybody concerned. Thank you.
I think, Councillor, that's an example of some of those great thought and agility opportunities that have been brought about by quick thinking, both by staff and regional participants as this year's unfolded.
And I can confirm, Mayor, that that's one of the events that was funded originally, that we have confirmed with Binnaburra that funding will be maintained underneath the economic stimulus package.
Okay. Any other questions or clarifications? If not, I'll ask the GM to read the recommendation in full.
Thank you, Mayor. Today we're asking that Council acknowledge the regional events held between December 2019 and February 2020, which were supported through the Council's Regional Event Grant Program, and that Council acknowledge those events which were postponed due to COVID-19 that are to be delivered in the region between November 2020 and June 2021, and have their financial support and in-kind support confirmed as intended under this Scenic Rim Economic Stimulus Package COVID-19. That Council note the Regional Events Grant Program has transitioned to and will now be administered within the new Smarty Grants online grant management platform, and that Council acknowledge the status of the What's On Scenic Rim Events and Activations portal currently under construction.
Thank you. Councillor, I seek a mover. Councillor McGuinness, seconded. Councillor West, wishing to speak further. Councillor McGuinness? Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? No, we put the motion as tabled in the four parts. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 11.2, page 16 of your agendas.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Today we're really pleased to present to you details of Regionality Farm to Plate Exchange, and the report's providing a briefing and the details of the partnership we've entered into for the agritourism specialist Regionality to deliver their event Farm to Plate Exchange 2021 in Scenic Rim. It's one of the events to receive funding under the Bushfire Recovery Exceptional Assistance Package under the Events and Community Stream. So we're very fortunate to be able to fund Council's contribution through that grant to participate as a major host in the Farm to Plate Exchange. And with that, I'd like to ask Scott if he could just walk through with councillors a bit of an overview of what this event entails.
Tuesday the 18th and Wednesday 19th of May, Regionality will deliver Farm to Plate Exchange, a conference for farmers and our producers and those who are recipients of our produce from Scenic Rim, and those visiting Scenic Rim who are interested in what we are producing. The event will be held, the conference will be held at the centre in Beaudesert, as well as some local venues such as Corumba Estate. There will also be some farm tours, one of those being Tomarup's Dairy Farm. $50,000 has been allocated for the partnership, and with Scenic Rim as the host venue partner of Farm to Plate Exchange, another $10,000 from Bushfire Recovery Exceptional Assistance Package, is intended to make available to subsidise our local producers and farmers with the cost of registration for the event. Tickets and for the event are currently on sale and open, and registrations are moving quite well, that I'm being told, from regionality.
Councillors, any questions for clarification to the report? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Scott, for that introduction to that. Just perhaps a bit of an indication of the size of the event, the number of people, perhaps the criteria of those who would be welcome to attend. I know you did touch on that just now, but just perhaps an idea of the scope and the size of the event that's planned.
Council, I think Regional are expecting around 110 for the actual conference itself. And as I said, those are our local producers, our farmers, but not just from Scenic Rim. It's open to nationwide for participants and for people to attend the conference. So also with the opening dinner, the farm tours, it depends on the capacity of each farm and each dinner, but I think they're looking at up to 150 at Corumbra Estate for the opening dinner.
Councillor Swanborough.
Yes, just another question about that particular event. As far as regionality goes, do they seek other major sponsors for this event besides council?
Yes, they are looking for sponsors, Councillor. I'm not sure how that's travelling, but they are seeking other sponsors, yes.
If I could add to that, so Regionality is the company that owns this event, Farm to Plate, and council had hosted and assisted some farmers to attend that event when it was held last year, and of course this year has had to be postponed because of COVID. So as their event, they then look to work with industry specialists and other organisations that are complementary to the agenda of the event. Some of those might be someone as a guest speaker, their sponsorship may be their time, the donation of time, and then others may be other organisations that are complementary to the agri-tourism and development opportunities that await producers and growers from across Australia, basically.
Yep, you have a further question, Councillor Swanborough?
Thank you. Yes, the event last year, did we also receive funding for the event last year, or was that funded by council?
No, for where we hosted some of, no. So last year it was held in New South Wales, and so it was held independently with Regionality. And on the back of a workshop that we hosted around resilience held out at Carey Hall last year, there were Rose Wright, the owner of Regionality, presented at that event and talked about Farm to Plate that was happening in New South Wales. And as a result of that, there were a number of farmers and producers and growers in the room that approached us about attending that event. But in the midst of the drought, we're struggling financially to do that. And so officers were able to use some of our industry development funding, within their regional prosperity strategy to assist with subsidising their registration for the farmers that were able to participate in the Regionality event.
Any other points of clarification, councillors? If not, I ask you, the GM, to read the recommendation before us.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, today we're presenting, asking that Council acknowledge the partnership with the Agri-Tourism Specialist Regionality Proprietary Limited to deliver their event, Farm to Plate Exchange 2021 in the Scenic Rim, which is one of the events to receive funding support from the Bushfire Recovery Exceptional Assistance Package Events Community Stream.
Seeker mover, councillors. Councillor McConnell, seconded Councillor West. Wish to speak, councillor? Anyone wishing to seek leave to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? No, we put the motion as per the recommendation read out. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 11.3, page 24 of your agendas. GM.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Today we're presenting the Tourism Advisory Committee update. We have presented this previously to keep Council informed of the activities that is undertaken by the Tourism Advisory Committee for the Scenic Rim. I have with me today the Manager of Regional Prosperity and Communications. I think the report is reasonably self-explanatory as to why we're presenting this. Is a committee of council that meets quarterly and provides open communication and collaboration between council and Scenic Rim tourism industry, which is its key representatives and stakeholder organisations participate. So I'm happy for Brenda to provide any additional information or answer any questions there may be, Mayor.
Do you wish to speak to? Otherwise, questions, councillors, for clarification to the report? There's a number of attachments there. Okay, if there are no, Councillor West?
Just a comment.
Comment, yes.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Look, I just want to make mention that since its inception, the Tourism Advisory Committee has really constantly evolved and become stronger and stronger. And certainly a lot of issues are being addressed there now. I do just want to pay tribute actually to Gary Pemberton, who was the first chair from the community who came on board. So that was yet another change. Gary did a wonderful job and he retired last year, I think it was. Yes, last November. Yeah, so much has happened since then. So look, thank you to Gary for his work there. And certainly this is a very productive group that meets. Thank you.
And Mayor, could I also say the segue to that is that Council appointed me as interim chair, and today we're asking for an extension of that while a number of other issues are worked through with the tourism industry, in particular the consideration of forming the unified industry-led local tourism organisation. So at which time Council will then review the structure of the TAC and how it then operates.
Thank you. Just for the benefit of those not with us and maybe not aware fully of the content, it's worth pointing out Councillor West, who just commented, has been one of the councillor reps on the TAC, along with this year Councillor Swamborough and Councillor Enright. Councillor Swamborough, you wish to make a comment?
Yes, Mr Mayor, just a question. On page 25, the report, it talks about under report background. It talks about tourism as one of the Scenic Rim's two biggest industry sectors, delivering over $200 million per year to gross regional product and over 2,000 jobs. I was just wondering, do we have a breakup of between the sub-industries in the tourism sector of what the gross domestic product, and what I was thinking of was perhaps the amount of GRP, which is attributable to agritourism, and versus the accommodation sector, for instance, or any other breakup that we might have in relation to better understanding where that $200 million and 2,000 jobs is distributed across the region.
Thanks for your question, Councillor. Thank you for your question. Those figures come from our economy.id platform that we've all seen in these chambers before. I'd need to go away and do some interrogation of that. I have seen it at a total level in terms of those number of jobs, but there certainly is the ability to interrogate that platform to see if we can drill down. So I'm happy to take that on notice and bring it back.
Any other questions? Comments, councillors? If not, I'll ask that the GM introduce the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is that Council endorse the Scenic Rim Tourism Advisory Committee précis of the meeting minutes for February 2020, May 2020 and August 2020, and acknowledge the activities and initiatives being undertaken by the committee. And that Council extend the General Manager, Customer and Regional Prosperity as Interim Chair of the Scenic Rim Tourism Advisory Committee for a further term until December 2020 to provide continuity and enable a review of the Tourism Advisory Committee operating structure.
Seek a mover. Councillor West, seconded. Councillor Enright. wishing to speak further? Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Anyone wishing to seek leave to speak additionally? Not, we put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 11.4. And again, GM, we'll ask you to introduce. It's page 75 of the agenda.
Town Crier.
11.4.
Oh, sorry, I've skipped one. Pardon me, Mayor.
Should we get
We
Kate?
just need to get our principal specialist in. Would you mind?
Thanks, Ollie.
Sorry, Mayor, I scrolled down too far. This morning, as we await our principal specialist, communications and marketing, Kate Scott, to join us. This is the Scenic Rim Regional Council Communications Strategy 2020 to 23. Today, we're presenting for the very first time our inaugural communications strategy to Mayor and Council seeking adoption. The version that was attached to the agenda was not the graphically designed version, but today we have in fact that version available to present to councillors, and in doing so today we'll be asking for the graphically designed version to be adopted, which will be immediately released on council's website along with an appropriate media release to explain the details of the plan and the implementation of it. This communication strategy is relatively it's actually long overdue. It was intended to be delivered in the last year's operational plan, but other competing priorities did not enable that to occur, and I'm pleased to say today we're presenting it as a part of an initiative within the current operational plan 2020-2021. It's based on what we've heard from our community in relation to the customer centricity project, and council conducted many focus groups and a survey of which over 1,800 people participated, and told council very clearly what they would like to see in terms of our level of communication and engagement with them. I am going to ask Kate in a moment just to walk through some points within the strategy, but it also means that developing this strategy, we will trigger reviewing the associated policies that go with the communications of the organisation, and also we have been developing in the background, supportive to this, is a community engagement framework which will give very clear lines of communication on how the council will, moving forward, be engaging with its community. Those documents will come back to this council for future adoption, and today we're focusing on the first ever Scenic Rim communication strategy. So I'd like to ask Kate if she could just walk us through the development of the document and some key highlights.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, Mayor, Council and Executives. I just wanted to start off by acknowledging Wings PR, who work closely with Council on the development of this strategy. Having external specialist providers in the local government space has been critical to allow us to focus. You know, they could take the time to focus and look at some of the desktop scans of what's happening in social media and media within the region, certainly looking at the outcomes from the customer centricity project. So as a small team, we just wouldn't have the capacity to take that time to do all that analysis. So I'm grateful for that. We're really excited today to have the strategy and have it in front of council. It'll give us a great framework for going forward. We know that this aligns with the work that's been done in the customer centricity project, and we know that communication with our community is something that potentially we haven't done as well as we could have, and we're now setting up for future success going forward. The strategy, we've made a 3-year strategy to try and move through some of the things that are in the action plan in the back as quickly as we can to really support that communication with our community. Don't know what else you want me to say on that.
So, Mayor, the document that's sitting before you is basically an exact replica of the document that was attached to the report today, just laid out a little bit more professionally, done in-house with our graphic designer, and you know, just in an easier to read format.
Councillors, firstly, any questions of clarification to the report and the strategy? Councillor Swanborough.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the most important aspects of communication is to support our local newspapers and publications. I was just wondering, with this new strategy, what things are being proposed to improve the responsiveness to our local media and press?
You'll see within the strategy we've got key themes that we'll focus on. One of those is working with our local media. We intend to establish, I guess, better relationships with the media by meeting with them more regularly. That's my team, obviously, in the media level. Certainly looking at opportunities on what we can do post-council meetings in terms of making Mayor available for interviews. There's a lot of analysis that needs to be done in that space and times that sit in with the media agenda. We do receive a number of media inquiries as a small team, and often we're not the technical experts, so we'll be working with the rest of the business to try and improve timeliness where we can, recognising obviously that sometimes that's not always possible because officers are busy and not always available because they're doing their job, but trying to get that response. Other things would include bit of photography or videography to support their stories. Sometimes I know we don't have a local TV station like other regions, but having videography to support their stories, especially if they've got online platforms. So I'll be looking at a number of those key things.
Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Kate. It's probably to the side of this, but one of the few ways that a lot of people communicate with council are only by email and inquiries and whatever. Should that be part of this? It touches on it very briefly, in my opinion, but it doesn't. People get annoyed sometimes because they don't get a letter yesterday when they write in today, and etc. etc. But to set standards there and so on, the timeliness of responses and everything else is. I think people look at that as one of the few ways that they really do communicate with council.
I think, and I get some clarification here, but I think that will be considered as part of the customer centricity project, which this aligns very closely with in terms of that customer experience. But certainly what we plan to do in our team is find out what sort of inquiries, I guess, are coming through to the customer contact centre, and then we might find that there are some gaps, I guess, in communication that we can be putting out into the community. But I know there's some work going on parallel, and this strategy aligns with that in the customer experience, and the timeliness, I think, will come into that strategy.
Yes, I can confirm that, Councillor McInnes. So the customer charter that's been adopted by Council in June, there is a customer experience strategy currently undeveloped, but we'll be presenting to Council shortly, and that will be supported by a customer experience improvements plan, and within that we'll be addressing the issues around timeliness of responses.
Councillor Swanborough, did you have another question?
Yeah, just a question following on from Councillor McGuinness. In relation to the emails, I know we've had a big marketing campaign. I get complaints that when I send emails and when council sends emails that they're constantly bombarded with the same photographs, sometimes one, sometimes two, of those promos for, the richest place on earth. They complain it takes up a lot of their bandwidth on their computers. Is that going to continue right through in future with our communication to residents, or is that just a short-term thing that we're doing at the moment?
The idea with thanks for your question, the idea with the images on the signature block is obviously to promote things from council, and through the communication strategy, I guess we'd look to change those out with different messages. So for example, leading up to the Christmas year, we would swap that out for an end of year message and our closure dates and things like that. So they do provide a good opportunity to educate or provide information to the community. So we will continue to use them, but they will be swapped out.
It will depend on the subject matter, Councillor, to your point around whether or not it has an embedded video in it or not. So it could be an announcement of the grants program, but in the case of the Richest Place on Earth campaign, it does have the link on the into that video.
Any other questions, councillors? Any comments? If not, we'll just multitask and reveal that up onto the screen. If you read the recommendation for us.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a great pleasure to read this one. That Council adopt the Scenic Rim Regional Council Communication Strategy 2020 to 2023 and approve publishing on Council's website. And that Council acknowledge and thank Wings PR and the key stakeholders, survey respondents, Council executive and officers, and specifically Council's Regional Prosperity and Communications team for their contributions which have resulted in the development of the Scenic Rim Regional Council's first ever communication strategy.
Seeker mover, Councillor Enright, seconded. Councillor McConnell, wish to speak, Councillor? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to acknowledge the efforts of, first of all, the initiative to introduce our first ever communication strategy. I think we all acknowledge that communication within a community is both a challenge and an opportunity, and I see that this strategy is a great way forward. I would acknowledge the work of council staff and also working with the industry experts to produce this document, and I look forward to it being laid out into council's operations.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? No. We put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously as well. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 11.5. Now, GM, we can talk town crier. Page 96 of the agenda.
Here, Mayor. I was getting excited. It also gives me great pleasure, and I have in the room today Manager of Community and Culture, Deborah Moore, where the Town Crier responsibilities sit. The Town Crier is an honorary position that is appointed to serve the Scenic Rim region in a variety of roles and to become a member of the ancient and honourable Guild of Australian Town Criers. The appointees require endorsement from Council of the appointment of the Scenic Rim Town Crier. I'm going to ask Deborah just to explain the process that we've conducted in order to reach the decision and recommendation today.
Thank you. The Town Crier report was originally brought up to you in August, and in there it was quite comprehensive about how the process works and what a Town Crier will do. A fortnight ago, as many of you will know from being in attendance, we actually had a cry-off because we had 2 applicants for the Town Crier position. And as a result of the cry-off, which was put to a panel of judges, there was a winner, and also on the day, Council offered to have an assistant Town Crier as well. So if there's any questions from the floor about the role or expectations, please.
Questions or comments? Firstly, questions, Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deborah. Perhaps for the benefit of our digital audience, I wonder if it could be possible to outline perhaps the procedure for someone who may like to have the Town Crier attend a community event, and what perhaps the criteria or
That will be, yes.
with their process.
At this point in time, once appointed, I'll sit down with both the criers and have a look at the events within the region and what already we have supplied a Town Crier for in the past. Because we are actually extending that further across the Scenic Rim, I think we need to have a clear plan and a clear events calendar so we know what's coming up, and to look at what is significant and what they could be doing. And I will sit down with both those gentlemen and talk them through and have a look at what they can and can't do.
I think that would provide a great opportunity to bring together the community events around the region, as well as highlighting the opportunities for the Town Crier to attend.
And the other thing we need to be very careful of, because we do have a lot of events in the region, that we don't overwork them and put them in such a position whereby that actual position loses its, I suppose, what it is that it does and what it brings to an event. Yes.
Any other questions? Councillor, just make the comment that the cry-off was an auspicious experience with proper regulation by the guild representatives to ensure it was a fair and decent and equitable process, and with the opportunity to have a primary and an assistant, if you like, that certainly was welcomed on the day by the community and opens up avenues for both to continue to develop their skills. And anecdotally on the day, they indicated they'll still seek coaching from our wonderful former town crier in John, and that they set themselves the aspiration of representing away from the region to bring esteem to the region, befitting the dignity of a town crier position. There are no other questions or comments. We'll turn our attention to the recommendation, please, GM.
Thank you, Mayor. It gives us great pleasure to present to Council the recommendation that Council officially appoint Mr Sid Norman as the primary Scenic Rim Town Crier, and that Council officially appoint Mr Peter Brown as the Assistant Scenic Rim Town Crier, and that Council advise the Ancient and Honourable Guild of the Australian Town Criers of these appointments, and that Council acknowledge that the town criers are reimbursed for out-of-pocket expenses estimated at $1,000 per annum, depending on the activities undertaken in any given year.
Seek a mover. Councillor McConnell, seconded Councillor Chalk. Wishing to speak further, Councillor? Anyone wishing to seek leave to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, officers. Thank you, GM. We move to Asset and Environment Sustainability 11.6 on our agenda, page 99.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, executive, and those listening in online. 11.6 deals with our council's asset management policy. The policy actually establishes the organisation's overarching framework in managing infrastructure assets. The existing policy has been updated and reviewed, and you now have a new policy in front of you. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Swanborough.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just wondered if the General Manager could comment on, what does he consider to be the most major important changes to this policy as opposed to the previous policies that have dealt with this particular issue?
Thank you, Councillor. Look, realistically, the policy hasn't changed all that much. The reality of it is the new policy is following more so the framework on which policies are now established within council. So the overall intent of the policy that we had previously is still there, around effectively managing how we deliver our services through the assets that we own as council. It also, in updating this, like I said, the policy itself now matches more closely with appropriate policy layout.
Thank you. Other questions, councillors? Any comments? I would just comment that, particularly on page 105 of the agenda, or page 1 of the policy, the addition at the bottom there of those 2 dot points, the clarification of those points highlights the need for dealing with two challenging realities in our asset management, one being the dealing with the issue of levels of service, balancing the expectation of community and setting those at an appropriate level. And the next point, identifying the reality that financially sustainable over asset life cycle is a really important challenge for us to continue to have in focus in our decision making. And whilst that's always been the case, to have that clarified more definitively is valuable in the policy. Any other questions or comments? Not, we'll ask the GM to read the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is that Council rescind the existing asset management policy CM0204CP dated 26th August 2014, and that 2, Council adopt the revised asset management policy CM0204CP.
Seek a mover. Councillor Enright, seconded Councillor McGuinness. Wish to speak further, Councillor? Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Councillors, we move to item 11.7, page 113 of your agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. 11.7 of the agenda deals with the Council has actually been in receipt of correspondence from the Department of Natural Resources and Mines and Energy, offering Council trusteeship of property on which a portion of Minnow Craig exists, more particularly Lot 20 AP 3318. Council itself, its officers and some of the elected representatives have undertaken detailed investigations into this request and have reviewed a number of matters which have been raised not only by the adjoining property owners but also the local community, representatives of the Indigenous community, and also the Australian Climbing Association of Queensland. I will note that there is a slight amendment to the recommendation in point 1. I'll also hand over to Kartik Venkataraman, one of our managers, who actually may provide a little bit more detail on the report.
Thanks, Chris. Good morning, all. So, as you're aware, and as Chris mentioned, we have been offered to take trusteeship of this lot, which is called Minto Craig. And since then, there's been several investigation site visits and also legal advice sought on this matter. So we have met with the immediate neighbours and also the Indigenous and elders and seniors, and sought their feedback. They do have concerns of the environmental damage and also the cultural sensitivity of this place and the location, and that it needs to be preserved in that council, and they have requested council to be working hand in hand to support and advocate on this matter. Well, we have further gone to seek legal advice on the native title and on the process to obtain trusteeship from Holden Redlich, who are our solicitors working on behalf of council in terms of native title claims. And they have come back and said that there is a process which is going to be quite cumbersome, but in saying that the state government firstly have to nominate the location as a state reserve to do so, and that would need consent from the elders of the Yuggera people, Yuggera people as a landowner, and the process might take some time, and it's quite comprehensive. So at this stage, that's where we are at the moment. I know Councillor Chalk and the Mayor have met with the seniors, the elders and the board members of the Yugara Pugarapul people and discuss the concerns that has been raised. In saying that, basically the recommendation is that council...
we'll come to the recommendation in a moment.
Yep.
Perhaps we just pause for a moment and have any clarifications to the report first before we come to the recommendation.
Now,
unless there's a particular piece of it that you want to highlight.
No, I think I'm good with that.
Let's clarify the report first. Any questions for clarification to the report, councillors? It covers the wide range of issues. Any additional comments to the report? I may just open with a comment. This is obviously a fairly challenging issue in the community. There are many heightened emotions around this matter. Clearly, as per the report, there have been submissions from the, on behalf of the Rock Climbers Association that indicate a particular approaches Councillor Chalk might like to observe, but from observations actually visiting the site, the evidence of behaviour at the site didn't align with the description in that report. And subsequent discussions, the challenge for this precinct is for a long period of time it's been respected by all those who in modern history have operated land usage around it. And it's only in recent time that it's come under such distress. So it's brought this to the fore. Certainly it is a matter of deep-seated cultural significance for the Yuggera people. And it's also an environmental concern given some of the unique species in the area for all of us in terms of the long-term sustainability. And this is one of those places where we have that challenge that we often talk about, where the long-term cultural and environmental sustainability comes in conflict with the perception around economic growth. And that's really what, from the discussion in this paper, I think is at the nub of some of today's challenge. So I'll leave it there as a comment. Councillor Chalk, did you wish to comment?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll just reiterate what you said. Meeting with the locals out there, they're very passionate about the environmental site. It's been left untouched for forever, really. And the short time that the climbers were on site, they made a massive impact on the environment. Their paper really conflicts with what they say in there. It was not happening on the ground, which is a real worrying for their organisation. I think the recommendation today will sort of support a long-term vision for the area and hopefully protect it in years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, councillors? Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. Perhaps just a question regarding some of the restoration of that site. And I recognise it's not council's responsibility. Whose responsibility would that lay with?
I'm happy to thank you, Councillor, for your question. At this point in time, it would actually lie with the state as unallocated state land. However, certainly Council's view would be if there's anything we could do to support any restoration, understanding that any restoration may come at a cost, and in some instances the best form of restoration is just to leave the site alone for a period of time. So the reality of it is I'm no expert in how or what that would take form of. However, certainly would be supportive of whatever occurred to ensure the site was managed to get back to where it was some 12 months or more ago.
Councillors, any other questions? If not, I'll jump out here and just ask for the GM to present the recommendation in 4 parts, noting that part 1 has been added to from what was in the published agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is that Council advise the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy that it will not accept trusteeship of Lot 20 on AP 3318 unless such a trusteeship was part of an agreed transition process to vest oversight to the local Yugarapul people through an appropriate structure. And 2, that Council advocate for the long-term environmental sustainability of the Minto Craig. 3, Council acknowledge that Lot 20 on AP 3318 is within the Yugarapul people's native title claim, and that Council provide, and 4, the Council provides support to the Department of Natural Resources and Mines and Energy and the recognised traditional owners regarding the future management arrangements of Lot 20 on AP should be 3318, that acknowledge the environmental and Indigenous heritage significance of the site. Thank you.
Seeker mover, Councillor Chalk, seconder, Councillor McConnell. Wish to speak further, Councillor Chalk?
Yeah, I'd just like to congratulate the council for all their work in this report. The calls from the community to support them on their quest to protect this site were answered really well by council officers and Mayor yourself. So well done on that. And I think this recommendation does assist with the protection of the site. So I commend it.
Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We now move from asset and environmental sustainability to council sustainability 11.8. GM, we're in your hands on page 122 of the agenda, councillors.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors and the general public listening in. Yes, 11.8 is the matter around delegations registered, the annual review. As contained in the report, I guess there's many pieces of legislation that council has obligation to administer or enforce either in whole or part, and it's a usual practice for council to delegate some of these decisions to the CEO, and the Scenic room is no different. Delegations are the power to make a decision under legislation, and where a power is given in that way, council can delegate these powers to the CEO, except powers that require an actual resolution by council. So the report that's presented to council for consideration today is those delegations that we're being considered to confer onto the CEO, and this what these delegations will undertake is allow the chief executive officer to further subdelegate and to staff to allow to administer the legislative responsibilities and make efficient decisions without the need to get council to gather at every point in time to make a decision or a formal resolution. Another side note, these delegations certainly are provided for by LJQ through the services of King & Company, who go through the relevant legislation and acts and deem out what's required in terms of the powers. Now, one thing we were advised, and councillors are aware of the process with the workshops and formal meetings. As of last week, we got advised that there was a minor amendment to these delegations, and I'll let Early to go through that. But they're not groundbreaking or halting in any ways. And what we can do is we can look forward to incorporate these into an amendment in the new year. I'll hand over to Early to go through if there's any questions.
Good morning, councillors and executive. As Oliver outlined, the updates from the LGAQ came through on the 18th of November, and the report and the attachment to the report had already been created at that point, so we did not want to make any changes to any of those documents, especially because they're published. So just briefly, the current delegations still contain section 277 of the regulations. That section has been repealed in the October 2020, on the 12th of October. Those sections are on your attachment page 213 and 14, and they will be removed in an amending report early in the new year. Any delegations that are made that do not exist don't have any power, so there is no detriment from adopting the document as it stands right now. The other changes that have come through, one relates to what they're called, councillor advisors, sorry. So they relate to councillor advisors, and that does not apply to this council, so we don't need to do anything with those. There's one section that I believe council should consider separately. It's section 166A 4B, and it relates to the power of appointing the runner-up in a contest that's currently available under the Act. That section is under review by the department in any event. But I believe that that power needs to be separately considered by the councillors and determined whether you want to provide it to the CEO or whether you want to retain it yourselves. And I think that should be subject to a report of its own on its own behalf. All efforts will be made to have that to you in January, and I don't think anything turns on that between now and then. Another section is section 100 and, sorry?
Sorry, just checking pulse.
Sorry. These came through on Thursday and I couldn't do anything about it because it's a published agenda, and I just want to alert you.
Thank you. So just for clarity, the report before us and the content of the report before us remains unchanged for consideration today. That the indication of the amendments that have been notified late don't have a material risk for us in considering what's before us today. No. However, administratively, they will be corrected through a future amendment process, and the 166A may well have a different outcome once Parliament resets, so we shouldn't be addressing it at the moment. Everyone did a health check, a quick pulse check, and everyone looks sound at the table.
Sorry, yes, that's 100% correct.
Thank you. Just thought that was an important piece of clarification in that discussion. I just would also have one other point I'd seek just for clarification within the report on page 124. I think, could you just clarify the comment that there are in fact some powers that don't require delegation because by legislation they're appointed to the CEO. That's a correct?
That is correct.
Position.
There are a number of powers within the Act that are powers of the CEO alone. They do not need delegation from the council to the CEO. They have been incorporated in the whole document.
They're respectively marked with NA, where the CEO has already got within the Act the delegation in the register.
I understand that. I just thought it was important to have that piece of clarification for why that was important. Okay, councillors, any questions to the report? Councillor Swanborough.
Thank you to the principal specialists. On page 124 of the report, you say in there, for example, authorising the CEO to negotiate a matter. The 2019 register contained a number of matters that authorised the Mayor or CEO to action a particular matter via a council resolution. these are not formal delegations and these authorisations have been removed from the register.
Correct.
So have they, the one before us, does that have all those delegations now removed?
Yes.
So on page 549 of the larger attachment, the last one, page 549, the very last delegation in the report talks about delegating the structure of the council to the CEO to administer. Isn't that also one of those issues where there should be a separate council resolution and there should be a separate report to council in relation to that? It shouldn't be put in a massive delegations register.
I will take that under advisement and I can report back on that. I understand, is that a schedule on the end of the document?
Yes, yes it is.
Perhaps I can comment there, Mayor and councillors. The miscellaneous attachment, which Councillor Swanborough has referred to, page 549, that may have been added early to the attachment post for clarity for councillors. So in the initial report that wasn't included. So those are delegations which council have resolved. For instance, it may be that council purchase a particular property and they delegate to the CEO to undertake the negotiations on behalf of council and sign the necessary forms. Those types of delegations, and where they're still current from previous years, they've been included here in this miscellaneous table, and that's been included for the benefit of clarity. As I said at the beginning, that particular part wasn't going to be part of this document because those delegations had already been made, and they're a different type of delegation. They're specific to a particular matter rather than a delegation of section of a particular piece of legislation. But they're included here for clarity for purposes.
And can I just clarify, if Councillor, I'm just trying to, you're suggesting that on page 549, that actually is what I'm reading there, if you're referring to the bottom point, the last point, is that what you're referring to? That's actually a recommendation of council, just to clarify for those who may not have access to this and just for councillors, that was the body of a recommendation adopted by council separately. And it was council endorsing the proposed organisation structure, not delegating the organisation structure to the CEO. It was actually council adopted the proposed organisation structure, but then authorised the Chief Executive Officer to get on with implementing it and implementing the transition to it. So that was about operationalising a decision of council. That was the structure of that recommendation. I'm just trying to clarify to your point, Councillor, if that needs to, if there is a proposal to review the organisation structure, that would come back, my understanding, that would come back as a recommendation for council consideration. And typically then it requires the Chief Executive Officer to be accountable for the implementation because we don't recruit people or put people in operational positions. Would that be a point of correct clarification around the matter?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor, and I guess the date on the side there, the full report can be obtained where that stems from on the meeting on the 27th of August 2018.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just going back to my original question, the report talks about removing delegations in relation to just council resolutions where the CEO is asked to perform a particular task. Well, clearly that's not the case in this particular instance because that delegation still remains in this particular register, and that's what I'm seeking clarification on. Why is that incongruent to what the report says?
Oh, I'm so sorry, I misunderstood your question. In the previous iterations of the delegations register, there were some delegations that revolved around contracts and the like, where specific delegation has been given to the CEO to administer contracts. When those contracts are finalised, that specific delegation expires and it has been removed. That is what I'm talking about in the report. That particular delegation that you've just mentioned before hasn't expired. It's still ongoing.
Okay, well, that's a point of contention, I guess, because there would have been a resolution back in 2018, which would have, and I wasn't here then, and many new councillors weren't there as well, but in 2018, I understand there was a new structure to be implemented and the CEO was delegated. I haven't seen it and none of the new councillors have seen it. And that was a delegation given to...
A point of clarification, councillor. That was discussed during the induction process. That was tabled for all councillors during the induction process. So just, it would be remiss of me to let that remain in error. That was, it was discussed as part of the induction process, the overarching organisation structure. You might have a different understanding about how far down into the organisation you believe that should go, but certainly the organisation structure that was approved was tabled and discussed as part of the induction program.
Yes, I understand that, Mr. Mayor, and we have had discussions about it, and you know, a topic as important as this isn't just a short discussion in an induction training session. This involves one of the largest responsibilities that and powers that councillors have to perform their duties of the oversight of an organisation. And I understand, and it's been advised to all councillors, that whilst the initial 2018 restructure was approved in some form or another, there needed to be some other changes which were going to be brought back to council, and a new structure was going to be brought back to council to consider. I don't think...
Again, point of order, councillor. I think you're misrepresenting what occurred in 2018, and rightly you pointed out you weren't here. I'd encourage you to read the resolution adopted by the meeting, and the wording there is fairly accurate. So it would be a concern, I believe, if the question is, should there be a separate report come forward about an update on the organisation structure, that's a conversation to take up because it sits outside of the delegations we're discussing today. So can we focus ourselves to the delegations before us today? The recommendation that was there was for that at that time was one, that council adopted the organisation structure as tabled, and that the CEO get on with the process, noting that it was not a 1 month process to transition, that because of the number of changes that it would take multiple years to make those transitions effective and maintain focus in the organisation. That's why that's still an open delegation, I understand. So I'm just concerned that there's some slight misinformation coming through, and I wanted to make sure we have good clarity in what's being discussed.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. You've just said that I'm providing misinformation.
No, councillor, sorry, I apologise if you took that. So I apologise. What I'm saying is, first off, your opening comment was that you hadn't had visibility. Well, there was visibility. There was acknowledgement at that time. And there is an organisation structure that the CEO is still continuing to progress. If your request is that there is a different conversation comes forward about the organisation structure, that rests outside of the delegations that are under review today is my understanding. Would that be accurate?
Any council is at liberty to propose a motion to excise that particular delegation from that register. I can't really comment any further than that. I've taken it over from the 2019 iteration of the register, and the schedule at the end is there so that it's all together. It's not particularly a delegation that is part of what you're discussing today. It already exists. I'm sorry, Councillor.
You don't need to be sorry. What I'm pointing out here is that you've advised the meeting that the restructure basically is still going exactly the same as in 2018. Yet I sat in budget conversations, as did every other councillor here, indicating that there was a new structure being proposed and there was different staff and putting in different things. And I'll ask the CEO if he could advise me if the 2018 structure that was proposed by resolution is the same as the structure that we have at the moment.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Swanborough. The structure that Council adopted in 27th of August 2018 was a structure that revolved around 4 general manager portfolios. That structure is the same as we have today.
Can I just, to your point, Councillor, without going into what were in confidential conversations, the activities that were discussed and timed within the budget were about continuing to progress the next layers of that structure development. Would that be a correct interpretation?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at the proposed structure that was at that meeting, and it has the 4 portfolios with the key functions under each one, and none of those have changed. If, as far as I'm looking at it in black and white.
Councillor, I'm trying to just understand the particular schedule you're referring to, the appendix. This table talks about delegations outside of the delegations register that have been appointed. So they don't form part of the resolution today, Councillor. They're matters that are dealt with outside of the delegations register. So they're there for information in the report today, is my understanding. So if you wish to have a discussion about one of those items, we'll put that forward as a request to come forward as a separate report at a separate time for discussion by council. Does that clarify the difference between what we're approving today versus what you're wanting to discuss?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's the question I originally asked the principal specialist. But the indication was that it was retained in the delegations register. So now we're having advice that it's not. I understand.
Well, sorry, Councillor, unfortunately the principal specialist doesn't have the 549 pages open in front of her to understand what the last 2 pages was in the discussion. And I think the principal specialist has now clarified the matters that were removed were those that were positioned within the delegations register previously that have now been removed. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor, they have been removed actually from that schedule. The schedule is there so that for transparency reasons that all the delegations that have been given to the CEO, but the schedule, those external ones that do not belong as part of the register, they are there for transparency so that the councillors know what's been provided to the CEO in the past.
The ones that have been removed are the ones that have been actioned and are no longer required. So the list has shortened.
But
in terms of, so I'm not talking about delegate on the resolutions by council in delegating to the
only the ones that you've just said, only the ones that have concluded have been removed.
Because
sorry, Councillor, again, I think this conversation's getting confused. please, we are not today discussing or approving the contents of page 548 and 549 of the attachment. That is an information schedule of other delegations that have been made by resolution of council outside of the schedule of the delegations register. Some of them have lapsed because the purpose for which those authorities were put in place has been completed. Others remain in place because the actions have not yet been completed. But if each of those matters in those last 2 pages is subject of a separate process and would come as a separate report to council for a review of that particular activity and a determination of the appropriate resolution, including any potential delegations to progress the matters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's originally what I was seeking to clarify.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any? If not, we'll do the big reveal. You're going to beat me to the big reveal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for 11.8 is that, number 1, council accept the annual review of the delegations to the Chief Executive Officer has been conducted in accordance with section 2575 of the Local Government Act 2009. 2, council revoke the council to Chief Executive delegations of 25 November 2019 with the exclusions of the table miscellaneous delegation to the Chief Executive Officer, as these will continue in accordance with the original council resolution for each matter. And 3, council delegate powers nominated in attachment 1 to this report to the Chief Executive Officer in accordance with section 2571B of the Local Government Act 2009.
Seek a mover. Councillor McConnell, seconded Councillor McGuinness. Wish to speak further, Councillor? Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? No. Oh, sorry, Councillor. Yep.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Are
you speaking against or speaking additionally?
Speaking additionally. Yes, Mr. Mayor. I welcome your advice that when it comes to the delegations, that it doesn't include necessarily a continuation or recognition that the structure of council as previously adopted is going to go on forever, but that there will be a chance for councillors to look at a report on the new structure of council and then a new delegation to the CEO in relation to that matter.
Okay, put the motion. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We have nothing at item 12 of the agenda today. Therefore,
sorry, Mr. Mayor, we've got 11.9.
Sorry, 11.9. Did I miss it? Sorry, I had notes scribbled all around it. Couldn't see it. My apologies. Let's deal with the monthly financial report for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. As the table indicates, I guess before I delve into the financial aspects of it, I'll talk a bit about the body of what's included in the report. There's a couple of notes there that haven't been included there before. One is reference to the 2020-21 trigger point for NDRRA, or sorry, the REAPA restoration, disaster recovery funding arrangements, which is associated with flood damage. There's a figure there of $303,533 for this year. This is up $10,000 and $10,028 from last year. And I guess this is the purpose of that is it's, should an event or a declarable event eventuate and council sustains damage to its infrastructure, that's an amount that we would have to contribute to be part of to go towards that the eligible restoration of those public infrastructure. The second part there is following discussions at the previous month. There was talks around being able to compare rates arrears in the more quantitative manner to previous, and we've recognised that. And I'll go in more detail as we get to that section of the report. But I think it's worth noting in there when we dug out the previous month's reporting that what's been tabled, and there's a slight error in the report on page 127. It says there that prior to August 2019, that should be August 2020 this year, there was a practice of disclosing rates arrears inclusive of prepayments. So it kind of made it less, and I'll go into that details, but that should just be noted, I guess, at the start of the report. Okay, onto the October financials. As of 31st of October 2020, there's a resultant operating surplus of 1.653 million. This is some 268,000 less than last month. And I guess as a whole, operationally, council continues to track accordingly as per the budget. There's a number of miscellaneous items contained in the report that highlight some minor variances, and these will be recognised and smoothed out in the upcoming budget review documentation. It's a fairly straightforward month, so without getting too bogged in the detail, if I could draw attention to councillors on page 137 of the report. In particular, the rates and charges outstanding. You can see there now, there's 4 columns there. What we've surmised these up a lot more. The first column, basically, that's all rates and charges that are in arrears. The second column is just pertains to the 2021 levy. If you take one away from the other, that gives you the prior year's arrears. And you can see there what we've done now is we're comparing at the same point in time from last year to give us an understanding of potentially what impacts, if any, there has been with current economic circumstances. You can see a couple of little disclaimers and some footnotes down the bottom of those. But what I will say is, from previous month, the balance has actually reduced in the 2021 levy by about 661,000. So we've had another $661,000 worth of rate payments to reconcile the 2021 levy. But in total, there's been another 917,000 received for the month to bring that down the overall balance of 4.3. Now, whilst the report is comparing, is showing in the column there at the same time last year was 3.05. I had to put that figure in there because that's what was published with the footnote down the bottom there that the general rates in total in 2019 included $1.483 million in prepayments. Prepayments are what ratepayers will pay in advance or on a payment scheme, and that's recognised so that when they get their rates levy, they effectively pay the majority, if not all, of their rates when it becomes due and payable. And I guess if you were to add that balance back into that figure, you'd get a total of 4.538 million. So, we're actually a little bit better at this point in time than we were last year, and considering, and that's a key factor that I've been monitoring throughout, given the impacts of COVID, bushfires, and the number of other disasters that we've had. And even the actual 1920 levy compared to the 2021 levy at that point in time, in this current financial year, we've still got a balance of $1.9 million outstanding. Normalised for 1920, that was 2.465 million. So hopefully that provides some good numbers, and it's a key factor, obviously, to keep as updated in terms of how the economic status is within the region. That's all I was going to provide, Ms. Ware. There was no other high points to, unless.
Councillors, questions for the GM to clarify the report? Comment, Councillor McGuinness.
Yeah, I just thank Ollie for, or the General Manager, sorry, for his explanation there. It's good, and it's good to keep that in mind, and I'm glad he's provided that. It gives good clarity to the figures.
I agree, Councillor. Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Perhaps to the GM's earlier comment regarding the trigger point for the DRFA funding, just perhaps for clarification, particularly for a digital gallery, that 303,533, how would that be made up of that? So that contribution would be in the form of roadworks or restoration work. It
ends up becoming a deduction from what they pay us. So the total, so if we submit an event summary that's saying that we sustained $1 million worth of damage, they would expect council to foot that portion. We do have a budgeted amount of 187 currently in the budget, and again, in the event that something happens, Chris and the team will be able to fund the balance of that through that maintenance area.
So you can make comparisons between making a claim on your insurance and having to pay an excess.
Yes, that's basically what it is. It has to, an event is only declarable once it breaches a particular trigger.
Councillors, we turn our attention to recommendation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation is that Council endorse the monthly financial report for October 2020.
Seeker mover, Councillor Chalk, seconded Councillor McConnell. Wishing to speak further? Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Not, we put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Now, GM, that brings us to the end of council sustainability. Councillors, we will shortly seek a motion to go into confidential. And just before we do, for the benefit of the gallery, it's always challenging to estimate the time on this, but it's 25 to 11. I am anticipating we will at best be returning to open session at 11:30 for those who will rejoin us. Now, I therefore seek a motion for us to move into closed session to deal with those matters. Councillor McConnell, seconded Councillor West.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment to the motion.
Councillor, let's hear the amendment.
The amendment is that that item 13.1, the 2020-2021 September budget review, be considered in open council.
Proposed amendment. Anyone do second? Seconded Councillor McConnell. We need to deal with the amendment, councillors, before we can deal with the original motion now. So the councillor, you wish to speak further to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, there have been some changes to the local government regulations, and council's had 2 lots of training so far on those changes to legislation as a result of the Belcara reforms. The first training session we had was with the LGAQ, where they came to this very room, and we talked about the new and existing powers under the regulation. And one of the ones was that this particular issue of this particular section 254J3 was going to remain the same, that councillors could go into confidential session to discuss the local government budget. However, at that particular meeting, there was clarification that that really was intended and to be the preparation of the budget, not subsequent budget reviews. And of course, we also were all subject to another Zoom meeting with the Department of Local Government, which we all participated in when clarification was sought as the interpretation of local government budget. And it was clearly also reiterated to all councillors here and staff who attended that Zoom meeting that it related to the preparation of the budget. It didn't relate to expenditure of the budget or budget reviews. So based on that information, you know, that's the purpose of my motion, is that we've all been advised what the LGAQ and the Department of Local Government consider the interpretation of this section. And that's why I propose this resolution.
I would ask the GM or the CEO for any additional clarifications they may have or observe.
Mayor, I've got no issues with nothing particular in that report.
It's not a problem. No. Councillor McGuinness.
Yeah, Mayor, I can see where, I think I can see where Councillor Swanbridge's coming from. And I agree with him in this particular case. I don't see anything too draconian or too secretive about this that there should be anything there. My worry is though that it does set a precedent, and maybe we do it. I've got no problem with it's going to open council, but we get some clarification in writing from the department for future. I know that interpretation's there, and I'm inclined to agree with that. But for future, I would like to see us get some written clarification from the department.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to seek leave to speak additionally to clarify to this matter? I would take the leave to just observe. It's not a big issue because this becomes a public document and becomes the basis of our future operation for the rest of the year anyway. So I don't believe there's any material risk either way with this particular consideration for this matter. GM?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, what will be published is your mandate as part of the, once council does adopt the budget, what gets published is the standard legislative budget documents, which are your balance sheet, revenue statement, things like that.
Yep, that's correct.
Just a clarification on that. So when the resolution in relation to this occurs, you're saying that all the information in the attachments is not going to be published? And that would be, I just have to open up that file.
No, that is published, and there's a number of those published on our website already.
Yes.
Under the budget reviews, but it just includes the revenue statement and everything else, not the agenda item, the report, that attachment. Sorry.
So when we get to it, I'll seek clarification as to what's going to be published and what's not going to be published.
Yes. So what will be published is from page 6, which has got the nice cover, all the way through till page 29. Previous budget amendments have been put on the website under the financial information, should people...
And just for completeness, and this is a little bit outside of just discussing the amendment, but the report, should this amendment be successful, the report will then form part of the public record of the meeting, as opposed to which is published in that context, as opposed to the financial report, the updated financial report, which then becomes a separate published document on the website in its own right. If that clarifies the matter any further, Councillor?
Look, as we go through the report, if the amendment is successful, yeah, it'll become clear to me. I haven't got that document open in front of me at the moment until we go into the session.
Okay. Councillors, we have an amendment before us to the motion that we were moving into closed session. The amendment being that item 13.1, the 2020-21 September budget review, closed at that stage, closed under section 275(1)(c, be considered in open session. Sorry, you've changed that 254. Thank you. Was seconded, Councillor McConnell. Yes. No, it was seconded, Councillor McConnell. Sorry. Okay. Those in favour of the amendment? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We now come back to the amended motion to move into confidential. Throw in my head, yep. Which will include that amendment. Yes. No, we're still going to go into closed. We'll deal with that after we come back out of closed. Okay. Otherwise, I guess I can leave the motion on the table, but we actually need to complete the whole motion now and go into closed. With that amendment added, we go into confidential now to deal with two matters and then return to open, which given the time we've taken on that will still be somewhere around 11:30 at least, I anticipate. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, gallery, for your patience. We will return, we'll aim to return at 11:30, not before. Thank you. session. Apologies, the discussions took a little longer. For our digital gallery, we are now returning to address item 13.2, which is a 7-part recommendation. GM, could you please read the recommendation?
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is that Council enter into the Bridges Renewal Program Round 5 and Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Program Round 7 funding agreement with the Australian Government for up to $2 million GST exclusive for Hinchcliffe Bridge Replacement Project, with Council's contribution of $2,004,000 GST exclusive to be funded from Council's Capital Bridge Replacement Program and Roads Program. And 2, Council enter into the Bridges Renewal Program Round 5 and Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Program Round 7 funding agreement with the Australian Government for up to $1,671,054 GST exclusive for the Flying Fox Creek Bridge Replacement Project, with Council's contribution of $1,671,054 GST exclusive to be funded from Council's Capital Bridge Replacement Program and Roads Program. 3, Council enter into the Bridges Renewal Program Round 5 and Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Program Round 7 funding agreement with the Australian Government for up to $1,104,041 GST exclusive for the Kangoon Bridge Replacement Project, with Council's contribution of $1,104,041 GST exclusive to be funded from Council's Capital Bridge Replacement Program and Roads Program. And 4, the Council enter into the Bridge Renewal Program Round 5 and Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Program Round 7 funding agreement with the Australian Government for up to $2 million GST exclusive for the Kerry Road Stage 1 project, with Council's contribution of $2,315,128 GST exclusive to be funded from Council's Capital Roads Program. And 5, Council enter into the Bridge Renewal Program Round 5 and Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Program Round 7 funding agreement with the Australian Government for up to $2 million GST exclusive for the Kerry Road Stage 2 project, with Council's contribution of $2,146,334 GST exclusive to be funded from Council's Capital Roads Program. And 6, the Council acknowledge the successful application by Logan City Council for Freeman Bridge Replacement Project under the Bridges Renewal Program Round 5 and Heavy Vehicle Safety Productivity Program Round 7, with a contribution of $1,150,000 to be funded from Council's Capital Bridge Program for the delivery of the Boundary Bridge project. And 7, the Council endorse the commencement of design and continued site investigation works associated with delivery of the successful grant-funded projects, with the allocation of appropriate funding to be determined at Council's December 2020 budget review.
Thank you, GM. I seek a mover. Councillor Enright, seconded Councillor Chalk. Wishing to speak further, Councillor?
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is another great program where Council has worked in conjunction with the funds that are available from the Australian Government. We have done this successfully in the recent years. It does provide us the opportunity to deliver more in our community. It provides an ability to provide access or improved access to many of our areas throughout our community. And it's a great program to drive our dollar further to create better infrastructure for our region.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Councillor Swanborough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I certainly understand what the benefits are. There is a downside to an organisation this size having to commit such a large amount of co-funding, and it's going to have an impact on the community, whether it be this year, next year, or the year after. And I think that, you know, it's a year between a rock and a hard place. Everybody wants the 50% funding, but it does come at a cost. And one of the things I'm conscious of, that it means that when we come to budget this year, our hands will be tied behind our back in a way, because there will be priorities that other councillors want to do, and we will not be in a position to be able to do those in view of the limited capital works funding that we do have.
Thank you, Councillor. Speaker 4, Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, I can see Councillor Swanborough's point, but the fact is that this program's been going, I understand, for approximately 10 years, and it was a great invention that came up with the federal government, and this council was one of the first leading ones involved in it, and it is a great thing. We would be, if we don't involve ourselves in these things, it just goes back years and years later for us to be able to do these projects. People get sick of me saying it, but you know, some of these funds won't be around forever, and we will find it hard to get money. And I think we should take every dollar we can at this point of time, and because I just question whether it will be around down the track a bit further. So I commend the motion. And it will help the people in each of these areas. So I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak against? Anyone else seeking leave to speak? Councillor West. Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak? We put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Thank you. The motion's carried. Okay. Note division noted. Those in favour. Mayor, Division 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Against Division 1. We move to item 13.3. Please read the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is that 1, Council acknowledge the funded projects to the value of $1 million for the Drought Communities Program extension submitted to the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources.
Sorry, my apologies. I overlooked. For the benefit of, before we deal with this matter, Councillor McGuinness, would you please like to reaffirm the declaration that took place during confidential?
Yes, Mayor. Even though it wasn't stipulated, I am. There's money allocated to halls in the area, and I'm being treasurer of the Harrisville School of Arts. I believe then I shouldn't be in the conversation, and I don't think I should take part in this party. So I'll remove myself from the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. So the recommendation before Council is that 1, Council acknowledge the funded projects to the value of $1 million for the Drought Communities Program extension submitted to the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, who is responsible for administering this grant program on behalf of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Cities and Regional Development. And 2, that Council note the approved schedule of projects will be released on execution of the service level agreement by both parties.
Seeker mover. Councillor McConnell, seconded. Councillor West, wishing to speak further, Councillor. Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the motion, those in favour. That's carried unanimously. Could we bring the councillor back? Now, Councillors, we turn our attention to item 13.1 as it was listed in the agenda. Before we progress to the discussion of that, I believe there are some matters identified within the report that I'll turn to either the CEO or the GM or both to clarify a concern about progressing with this matter in open, breaching confidentiality or privacy matters potentially for staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Having had the opportunity in the break to further review and refresh my memory on the content of the report, I guess whilst I had no particular concerns around discussing the budget review in open, the query raised around the publishing of the attachment contained in the report, and this caused some confusion, I guess. What should be stated is Council follows what's prescribed in Local Government Regulation 2012 when it comes to the preparation and subsequent budget amendments, and in particular Section 169 of the content that's required in the in budget documents, and they are the Statement of Comprehensive Income, Statement of Financial Position, Statement of Cash Flows, Statement of Changes in Equity, Activity Statement, and the relevant measures of financial sustainability for the long-term financial forecast. So I guess the report attached provides detailed commentary, and there was confusion that that report was going to be made public, which has caused the concern that I had. The report attached provides detailed commentary to assist councils in forming opinion around certain line items. This particular amendment in this particular budget review includes details around information that could place privacy of staff details on notice, and in particular around position levels and remunerations. So so the consideration is, Mr. Mayor, this particular discussion, because there are a number of positions contained in the budget, around whether we discuss that back in confidential.
Councillors, obviously there's a fine balance in the conversation. When I was alerted to that during the break, I thought it was appropriate that we reconsider that matter, that whilst we do want to have the transparency about the content of the review, because of the supporting information having sensitive information, we do also have a balancing duty that we need to consider. So I look to the floor for response to, it would either need a separate resolution, or we progress on the basis that we're going to risk breaching the privacy of officers if this report now becomes part of. If we go ahead to discuss this report in open, all of that content becomes public information.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. Could the General Manager advise, are there any names of council staff or any privacy information? Could he be more specific about what that is?
Well, Councillor, if he describes that specifically, he's effectively breaching, he's creating the breach. That's the concern. So that's the dilemma in this conversation.
With respect, Mayor, the question to the General Manager was, are there names of council staff in that particular report?
I guess whilst there's no names published, there's areas. We're a very small council, so it's easy to allocate who's in that particular area in those references, and position titles and remuneration levels.
So I'll defer to the CEO if the CEO. No. Councillor McGuinness, did you have a?
Yes, I'm just wondering, Mayor, whether some of the supporting information which was deemed to be confidential or could put in jeopardy some people's information, whether that has to actually be shown in the minutes.
Unfortunately, Councillor, if this remains an open report, my understanding is we don't have any choice but to leave all of the contents there. That's the concern. So that's what creates the point of concern. and it's up to council to consider how it balances those multiple responsibilities. Councillor Swanborough.
Mr Mayor, at the start of the conversation about going into confidential session, the General Manager who prepared this report some time ago indicated that he had a recommendation in his report that this information be made public anyway. And all of a sudden, you know, after our initial conversation about going into confidential session, he's saying, no, it's got private information.
Sorry, I'll ask the GM to clarify what he actually said goes public.
Just to clarify, Mr Mayor, this process of budget amendments has been undertaken by council since before my time. What I'd indicated before is what we published on our websites following item 3 are those items: the statement of comprehensive income, statement of financial position, statement of cash flows, statement of changes in equity, relevant measures of financial sustainability, and activity statements, which are all amended following those line items. So that I don't, no council publishes things like that in detail.
So just to supplementary to that, to clarify, there are a lot of more detailed components in here to provide better understanding for councillors
to form
as a reference in the discussion that would not normally form part of the formal document because they're of too specific a nature and run that risk of creating visibility around certain privacy aspects.
That's correct, Mr Mayor.
Mr Mayor, I've been doing this a long time and I've had a look at the report. I'd have to disagree with that assessment. I see nothing in here that could do what you're suggesting. So that's my position.
Sorry, I'm just looking at one page and it actually states the wages for a certain officer.
Certain position.
Yeah, so, a certain position, and then if you go up, it details the wages of other ones. So initially I thought it'd be okay, but yeah, considering that wages are actually published in it, and if we do, the whole thing has to be put on. I'm not happy that council officers' personal wages are out there to be seen.
So thank you, Councillor. Councillor West. That's a motion by Councillor West. Do I have a seconder? Councillor McConnell. Do you wish to speak any further to the motion at this time or right to close? Anyone wishing to speak against? Councillor Swanborough.
Mr Mayor, I'll just go back to my original talk. A budget review is not something that should be in closed session. I mean, the Local Government Act and the regulations and the advice of the Department of Local Government and the advice of the LGAQ to all councillors is that a budget review needs to be considered in open council. I don't think that the fact that people get paid in an organisation and they get paid at a certain level has anything to do with their personal privacy if people aren't named. I mean, of course, we know that people get paid level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, and some people, and 8, and some people are on contract, but that doesn't disclose anything confidential or private to anybody. So I don't believe it's a genuine concern, and I believe that we should stay in open council as other councils do, and as the two departments that oversight the operations of council recommend.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor McConnell.
I'd like to speak for the motion. I'm looking at the name of the role of the person, so a single person. If it was a section, if it said, you know, $1 million to that section, then I wouldn't have a problem, but it actually states the position of that person and how much they're paid. So I'm happy to support this motion and also to seek further clarification from the the alphabet group, I'll call it, the DGLPQ.
One of those.
To seek further clarification to see if this can be released or whether it should. I'm not happy to just release it at the moment, but I'm happy to further investigate whether next time we can release this as is.
Thank you, Councillor. Did the GM indicated he wanted to add a comment?
Thank you for saying. I'll take those comments on those, and certainly we'll be in touch with the department, but and we'll certainly work at a way, having heard what the council is saying in terms of structuring the report for future. So we received that notice this morning, so unfortunately we couldn't do any amendments, but future budget amendments that if council's wanting to them in open public, we certainly won't have information there that compromises that report. So as again, nothing in general around discussing the budgets, but with those particular items that we had that notice at the workshop, then we could certainly accommodate it.
Thank you. Any other wishing to any additional speaking to the motion? Sorry, Councillor, you've already spoken to the motion. So you've spoken to the motion. Yes. So anyone else wishing to speak? Do you wish to close, Councillor West? Thank you, Councillor. We put the motion as table, which is just behind the table there, that item 13.1 be returned to be considered in closed session due to the detail of the comp being considered to be confidential information pertaining to staff remuneration. Those in favour of the motion? Those against? Division, of course, those in favour, Mayor, Division 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, against Division 1. With that, I ask now councillors for propose a motion for us to return to closed session. Seek a mover, Councillor Chalk, seconded Councillor McGuinness. Don't believe we need to prosecute the matter any further. Those in favour? Those against? Okay, the matter is carried in the affirmative, 6-1 noting an absence. We'll be, I cannot tell you, gallery, we will be enclosed for a period of time, I trust not longer than half an hour. into, yes, we're back on. Apologies, gallery, we did run a little beyond the hopeful target, but we are back, and we do have one item of business to complete, and that relates to item 13.1, and we have a recommendation in 3 parts that I'll ask the GM to present for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation is that Council approve the budget adjustments as contained in the 2020-21 September budget review contained at attachment 1, and 2, Council not consider amending rating parameters for the second half levying of rates and charges as per the 2021 annual budget, and 3, the financial statements be made public following Council discussions.
Thank you. Seek a mover for the recommendation. Councillor Enright, seconder. Councillor Chalk. Now, before we move forward with that, I would like to exercise discretion to propose an amendment and seek a seconder to it. And the amendment would be, firstly, to part 2 of the motion as it sits, that we add the word council will not, or do not, sorry, do not. So we add the word do between council and not consider, just to add clarity to that statement. And that at point 3, we extend of the motion, we extend that wording to include that the financial statements be made public following council discussions, along with an executive summary of critical changes. Yes, so you just grab those words for me because I can't remember them twice. Yep. So I seek a seconder for that. Is Councillor Enright? He said do not. Do not. Along with an executive summary summarising or changes and impacts. Councillors, anyone wishing to, I'll reserve speaking, seeing as I've moved it. Anyone wishing to speak against? Wishing to speak against it, Mr. Mayor. Sorry? Yeah, I can. So Councillor Swan wishes to speak against? Yep. Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I would prefer that, you know, all the details be provided to the public, with any privacy concerns that may be in there removed, but I think it'd be very difficult for anybody to fully understand the budget adjustments that have been made without all the supporting documentation. The executive summary, I don't believe, would be able to provide that level of transparency that's needed for the community to understand these changes.
Anyone else seeking leave, wishing to speak for the motion, or seeking leave to speak additionally? Just make a closing comment. Clearly, councillors, there's some range of issues around how we deal with reviews going forward to ensure that we are able to have the levels of transparency that we desire without compromising the privacy or confidentiality pertaining to certain issues of employees. And with these amendments, I believe we provide significant clarity around the impacts that have caused quite contributed quite significantly to changes that we couldn't see at the time of the budget, and as well as ones that were part of dealing with things like phasing and so forth as projects roll out across the year. That I put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? So that's the amendment. I apologise, but the amendment. Sorry, Councillor. Sorry, Councillor.
Yeah, that's the amendment.
Amendment. So that's carried 6-1, and then we move back to the motion including the amendment. Wishing to speak further to your motion, Councillor?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, happy to speak toward this motion. I think it provides an opportunity for a budget review to be done. I think we have experienced a challenging 6 months, and when this budget was set, we weren't aware of both the implications within the region, but also the additional grant funding that has been provided and the impacts that it has had across our region, and also the impact that it has had on the budget that was first set down early July. So I think it's appropriate that we do have this budget adjustment to cater for the changes that weren't able to be foreseen, given the unprecedented times that we have experienced. And I think this is the way that we can deal with these challenges in an ever-changing world.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor McGuinness.
Clarifying, Mayor, we had an amendment and the original movers, I take it you assumed were moving the motion, but that doesn't necessarily follow. I don't know whether you got mover and seconder for the motion then after the amendment. It doesn't necessarily be the first motion.
Sorry, we moved back. I think actually, Councillor, because the amendment was to that specific motion and it was voted on, they're still the movers of the original motion. We can't remove the original motion. So we just can't leave it aside. You had no problem with the amendment. There was no problem with the amendment. So it wasn't contrary to the intent of the original motion. That was the key. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay, we put the motion in its multifaceted parts. Those in favour? Those against? It's carried unanimously. I'm not aware of any other items of business before the meeting today. So with that, at 1:05, I'll call the meeting to a close. Thank you, Gallery, for your patience and continuation with us, and we wish you well. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we will press on with other matters.